a good solution, because the other guys only did 2.
Mm-hmm. Here we get it now.
Cool.
Refresh watch stream. Oh, is that you? Pop out. There we go.
These graphics are nice.
Mm-hmm.
Polish power.
I mean, they literally are in the tournament. That would have been
After all. Who else can
in this tournament. So what you're telling me is their chance of qualifying is not high. Good thing I wasn't nude.
It's not true. Are you going to break down the thing that you were talking to Alaron about?
I mean, there's not so much to break down. I'll mention what he told me,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's something that... I think we'll leave it up, like, because since he doesn't tell us, it's all good, all good.
That's why
Sounds good. Since he's not giving any specifics as to how he's gonna play,
yeah.
I think it's there's not too much to go deeply into, but I'll mention them focusing more on their mid game and hoping that Ferris is gonna be able to kind of help on that part.
Yeah, I get you. He's on my bench. Wait, he changed his team.
Mm-hmm.
Twat! I told him my team, and I've got Perfectix and Beamy, and now he's changed it.
Went with my gut instinct and locked it in.
Bollocks!
Cough, cough, stole James's team. Cough, cough. We can do it for grand finals.
Not there.
I mean, we could do it online for grand finals.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sam. I love how she's always so fast in catching those. That's amazing.
Who was my fourth? I can't even fucking remember. Beamy, of course.
How are you not remembering a Dane
Yeah, I don't
who
know.
at one point was literally second place as the Nation Cup?
Yeah, they did alright, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
How is Joro level 1 on fantasy?
I don't know. What level am I? I don't even know where you see your level.
5. I'm like
do you-
1% experience or 5, I don't know why.
How do you see? Oh, there you I'm ahead of you, James. And I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
even
weird.
play for Nations Cup.
I
Hashtag
did.
just better.
That's weird.
Just better, bro.
Of course. No, because their full potential is World Championship. They get second literally every time.
Sucks to suck. pretty wild that Polish Power made like finished pretty decently in PC Spring, and then they literally didn't qualify for any other tournaments in the year.
Maybe Marsalek wasn't the problem.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's right. The last chance to dance for these teams to try and qualify. Toby looks concerned, but we are not concerned as we get into these games. I'm hyped to get back into some PUBG action here. I've been playing for weeks and weeks and weeks to get back in and to get myself a chance at casting some Vikendi down the line here, Toby.
Yeah, it's been good fun to watch the both Nations Cup unfold, but also the qualifiers for the PC finals here. It's been great. I'm still a little up and down on the whole Vikendi edition. I feel like we saw, especially at Nations Cup, too much of the same area of the map. We haven't had a chance to go explore a whole lot, so I'm curious to see how the different areas of the map are going to play into effect when we do get there down the line. But no, I mean, the desk had so much time to talk today, so I feel like they really managed to break down quite a bit of what we're looking at.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the one thing that's really cool about having 4 maps in particular, though, Toby, is the fact that it really tests the adaptability of all of these teams. So to go from 2 Miramars to 1 Tego to 1 Vikendi to 2 Erangels down the line, which is now getting updated soon in the future as well, which is going to test the teams even more, really kind of brings that spirit of PUBG out of us to the point where all these teams really need to just be so quick on their feet all the time.
And when it's so hard getting a proper Vikendi game in a ranked lobby anyway, the amount of playing time you're actually gonna get on the map is just that limited. But no, I think it's been a long time with just the Wrangle and Miramar. Now we can see here the game is just about to get started. As a matter of fact, it already has, so I'll hold my thought on that one and just let this one unfold.
All right, let's rock it. Yeah, we got PUBG EMEA Championship Fall Playoffs on the way. This is the upper bracket. 16 teams fighting for 8 spots in that final, and we're about to find out who it's gonna be. What a plain path to start things off.
As fair as can be. In some way, I'm always... I mean, it looks fair, because it's pretty north to south, but I'd say diagonal planes on the Wrangle might actually be more favorable, just because there's more of those corner spots that are amazing. So if you're a face, go down, enjoy Milta, enjoy the current Milta for as long as you can, because before you know it, it ain't gonna look that way no more.
Oh, well, we will find out how all of these teams are going to shape up here to start things off. I'm not seeing any conflict to really get things going. As they already brought up on the desk, I'm excited to see how guys like Fairest are going to be able to work things out for Na'Vi, because Na'Vi has their own problems to solve when it comes to trying to qualify for PGC, our defending world champions. Hopefully they're okay.
Yeah, hopefully for them. And for PUBG Esports, a team who has been on the cusp of, I would say, more global recognition than they already have in terms of the individual players. One thing that I feel like they have really been unlucky with, and I know that you can't fully blame games on them, but when everything's when it's come down to that 1 or 2 final games, circles have just on repeat gone against them. Even if their positioning in set circle might not have been the most favorable from the beginning, they've just never been able to really catch one. And this time around, at least, kick things off, we are hovering over Georgia Pool. So a lot of teams having to make their way up towards the northwest, but again, it's a Wrangle. It's the good old usual. James, I'm doubting that we're going to see too much commotion on early rotations here.
No, I mean, for teams like Foot, of course, they've got a lot to kind of prove off the back of the results they've had previously here in the region. So they're going to be very happy and content that they've found themselves what is effectively a central position in inverted commas. But you've always got to consider that river, right? That the fact that this could quite easily go north, go south. They could be even stuck, even though they are still central.
True. It's looking good though. I mean, overall, a lot of teams not inside this first circle, of course, with the plane being as center as it was, as we see Alia get his rotation game going. Again, a lot of these teams, obviously, with the plane path, realizing that there is quite a journey to be had for these teams towards the circle, and a lot of the teams that aren't anywhere near. So if you rotate early now, you might get some real good prime real estate. Also here, VAD looting what is currently front 6, but soon to be front 5, and back 6 is gonna be back 4. It doesn't roll off the tongue as well, I suppose.
No, it's definitely a different change. Definitely different. And I guess we'll see how that affects things a little later on. But for the most part, at present, it's a great loot location, right? It gets you geared up, good to go.
Yeah, they removed 2 buildings. I mean, it's not like it's judgeable. And they add buildings too, so it's not like it's the worst change.
It's all right. It's all right. Another team that has something to prove, really, and Tropic, a fall from grace when it came to them. Arguably being one of the teams that was going to rival Twisted Minds in the region. Since then, it's gone a little bit south, and something to also disappear pretty soon will also be this location.
We're just hovering. It's almost scripted. We're hovering all the locations that have received changes. Somehow this game is going to install, but I'm not sure how, but we will get there at one point or another. Maybe we'll go take a look at iZoom up towards Stalba, and we'll get his POV as well. Here too. Ruins. Not being removed, but a little bit of a makeover that's going to have to.
Yes, it does. Not a huge amount, of course, as you say, but it will be slightly more dynamic, I suppose, as time goes on. Here's Exalt on with them as well. Keen to see how Uber's going to be faring with the Exalt boys. And then, of course, we have our Na'Vi PGC 2022 skins on sale now in-game. You guys can check those out as they are available. Very, very colourful.
Yeah, very colorful indeed. Very fitting of the boys in yellow as they here make their rotation on forward. Savim has taken up real estate right ahead of them, so they might be met by a barrage of bullets in just a short moment's time, depending on whether or not Savim's actually going to up to try and engage on this. But nope, they're just opting to sit up on the hillside and allow Na'Vi safe passage down to the up and down compound.
And there'll always be some teams trying to scramble for Everest, of course, as we have ourselves Na'Vi, who's, as you say, trying to find themselves that compound out in the south of it, which is they're always decent, those compounds along the way. And actually, it does allow you a potential transition up Everest if there isn't anybody looking down onto you. But we already have teams up there, here, like Pacific, of course, finding themselves a spot. And over by Cube, Digital Athletics setting up the perfect position to try and transition depending on whether it goes north or south.
Yeah, I'm liking this 2-2 split that DA's currently got going. It's not too risky. They do have Marco playing somewhat out in the open, but they should be all right. Now, they have been alerted to the fact that Twisted Minds pulled up behind them, so maybe we'll see them try and group up to some extent sooner rather than later. But for now, they should be just fine.
Should be okay. Should be okay as we take a look all the way down south. Ooh. Okay, you guys can get yourself some codes, some G-Coin going on as well, so make sure to pitch in with those. That one almost says Tiggleton in the middle. Oh, cool.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Huh. He snuck his way in. Good job, Tig. Good job. His favorite number is 52. Little do they know.
Don't read the far left one, all right? Just putting that out there. We've got to... Just use the codes, all right, guys?
You had to. You had to, didn't you? You had to.
Look,
Catching me off guard 6 minutes into the first broadcast in forever. Thanks, James. We're back at it.
I'll try.
In any case, rotation's going to be coming through. And here we have I don't want to say, yes, actually, I do want to say newcomer to the top echelon of EMEA PUBG roster, making their way on forward, Warple Swords. The boys in green down towards the south, making their way north of Ferry Pier. Curious to see what they're going to muster. A heavy grinding team who, I mean, in all kinds of credit to them, have managed to make their way through the open qualifiers, gotten themselves through to the upper bracket. But how do they fare against the big dogs? I'm curious to see what their performance is going to look like.
Yeah, it's a good question, because I'm not that familiar with them either, by chance. Of course, I mean, we just cover a lot of Tier 1 of what's going on, right? And we haven't really seen them on that Tier 1 stage for the most part. Another team I'm curious about, whilst we take a look at FaZe, I'm not really too curious about FaZe, I think that they're going to fare just fine, is actually Semler, up at the very top of the map, currently rotating in from Severny. They're far north, but, I mean, over in the Dachmeisterschaft, I was just looking for an
You've been
excuse to say
waiting for that.
Meisterschaft. I have. They looked fantastic. Being able to kind of stack up alongside Ascend, really good spread of placement points and kills overall. So I'm curious to see how they're going to fare here when it comes to Tier 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of rosters that can very easily and have in the past. I don't say easily, but have indeed kind of stirred the pot. Where I just can't go back to it enough. I'm really loving the fact that no teams are directly invited to any sort of grand finals or further forward parts of tournaments. The fact that everyone's playing through this, the fact that every team has a chance of not making it through, I think is big because we have seen teams crumble and more often than not up against teams of whom they have no expectation of what they're up against. And that could very easily be something that could very easily be Whirlpool Sword. Some of these teams that are very hard to find proper info on. Yes, sure, maybe you've met them in scrims once or twice, but outside of that, we all know scrims just it's very different from actual live matches.
And the Dragunov could be instrumental at these kinds of live matches with its inclusion now in esports, Tier 1 esports, and it absolutely smashes, does the Dragunov. You've got to be terrified of this weapon, as Perfectix is able to hit one straight away.
I don't know who thought that'd be a great idea. One-shot DMRs, but here we are. For those of you guys who thought for just a moment that bolt actions were going to come back in, all the bolt mains are now going, you know what? I think we'll just do the Dragunov thing. It seems to make pretty good sense. The whole idea of the bolt action was that we could one-shot people. This gun does it too.
It's scary as anything, because yeah, okay, the rate of fire is slower than usual other DMRs, but honestly, it's enough to perfectly balance the kind of recoil you get per shot, or at least that's how I experience it when I'm playing with it. So it is a monstrous gun, but we'll still see a lot of MK12, I'm sure, as we're already seeing Schofield and Howl and the boys trying to rotate through, trying to find themselves a middle spot so they could either transition north or south if they need to, but a lot of these spots have already been taken up, Toby.
Yeah, an early ride for them to get going now. Containers is completely free as the circle does hard shift down towards the south. I'm assuming that they're gonna stop their vehicles as fast as they can and either play that northern side of Everest or just start, honestly, continue trying to wrap around the mountain down towards the south. Issue is this is exactly where they came from, so a bit of a bum of a Howl having just left the southern side of the map.
I definitely, as all of those teams in the north as well, just going to have an absolute get-on with this. Semler's moving in very slowly off the back of this. Ascend coming in from the east side whilst everybody's making this great migration go. And we're seeing Foundation as well, just coming in hard on that east side.
I like how FaZe is repping all the way south around. And also, I really like how Na'Vi is staying in around the middle. Now, I know we talked a lot about Na'Vi and of course, the roster change coming through with Uber out, Fairest in. I had a brief chat with Alrain coming in to today's matches as we're seeing more knocks coming through yet again. I mean, so far, 100% of knocks in this match has come through from Dragunovs. We'll see if that's going to continue to remain the same. But Na'Vi, in short, really trying to focus on the mid game. We saw them lose players here, there, and everywhere in previous tournaments. Now, I think they're trying to prioritize getting things going in the mid game because that's where they're seeing other teams having great success. Howl finds 2. That's DA out early and 16th.
That was rapid. So unfortunate for Digital Athletics to get things going. Howl's found themselves an okay spot to eventually start transitioning a little later on. I don't know whether or not they'll gain much success from just here alone. So get looted up, get good to go. Find yourself another spot for now. This isn't exactly very well fortified as a location. But what you're saying about Na'Vi, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? As we have a few shots going towards Howl. Because ultimately, whenever we see Na'Vi get into the late game as 4, they're usually quite dominant. So if they can sort out some of that mid-game woes that they've been having here throughout the kind of, I would say, 2023, early 2023, then that could significantly help. But with Fairest as the new addition, I guess that throws an extra spanner in the works. Not necessarily because, like, he's not talented. He's extremely talented. It's just a different dynamic when you've got a new player.
Also, one thing is you're talented, but are you uber talented? And I like what. No, but that's what I'm saying because that's essentially the shoes he has to fill. And not only does he have to be uber talented online, but Uber is a phenomenal, if not one of the players with most global experience, global LAN experience. If Na'Vi has built this roster to try and qualify for PGC, and you couldn't imagine them having not done that with that purpose, then how does he fare in comparison to a guy like Uber on LAN? That's what I'm curious to see. But of course, that's down the line. It requires for them to qualify first of all.
Yeah, it is a good question because Uber's playstyle was like an absolute pit bull off the leash, right? He would go off on his own, and half the time it would look excellent, half the time he'd die, and that was it. And I suppose that kind of play style is one of the reasons why they found some of their success in the past, but also why they may have had some of their mishaps in the past.
Yeah.
So I guess for Exalt, we'll see how that translates as well with him on the team, because I mean, there's no shortage of talent when it comes to Exalt as a whole, but adding Uber is definitely a firecracker.
Very dangerous. Speaking of Exalt, full control in the circle center right now. A little off to the western side, just down below Everest proper. In the meantime now, the last remaining team to join the circle, Milo and the gang, trying to make their way on in. Playing it slow with plenty of room to maneuver, so they should be alright. But I like the timing on this. Wait for the circle to pop as we full speed send it right back up to the north.
I forgot we just play Hard Shift, the video game. As we had one, now we've got quite another. Howl is going to be absolutely laughing with that one. Likewise, so is Exalt with their 2-2 split. Maybe it's probably time to get together. We'll see how that goes. But BBL is going to be sending on through here north of Everest. Sarvum's already spotted them. Going to be charging up some nades to throw all the way down there. Seeing some other members have moved on to the far left. Some rogue cars are moving away. But Rustamar and Michael need to push up the hill.
And I'm not seeing Odin or CC trying to wrap around and help. Now Odin gets in a vehicle, but they need to get up here, need to get here fast. I think they were hoping that maybe one or two of the players from BBL would playing from the southern side, but they opted not to, and now they have to try and make a move to assist their teammates.
It's a huge send on the map as well for FaZe, who are trying to just mad dash it onto the west side of Everest, but this fight will continue on. Tries to go for a flash. It's Varen Peak looking for a bit of an angle as he moves around with the 5.56 loadout that he has available to him. Rustamar and Michael, though, are slowly splitting this up a little bit. Cleab on the back end hits Schiller, and now CCNX and Baron Peak caught a little bit against this.
Yeah, Samla is falling in behind this. They've heard the fight going on in front of them. Sarvum needs to bring this to a close as fast as they possibly can, or they will get third party. But here comes Ascent as well. So what was a two-team fight can quickly turn into a four-way brawl.
And this is exactly what Ascent does. They identify these kinds of fights and are able to kind of thread the needle in between some of these. They perfectly read exactly when they could actually move up onto Everest here. Considering that they're a team that traditionally comes in late, this is a great timing for them to be able to seize control once this fight ends.
And what worse place to try and take a fight when all of a sudden there's so many chefs in the kitchen, so many teams trying to get a piece of it. Michael able to find one, but as you can see, as soon as he tries to extend that vision, as soon as he tries to peek on over, he's instantly met by fire from behind as Micah finds the first.
Difficult. Baron Peak here doing quite a lot of work with this. Micah on the backside, just trying to get those nades in. Sarvum will clean up BBL. A bit of a disaster for them, but that nade, did it actually hit anything? Or did it even not go off? Anyway,
It's dud.
It did. I'm delayed in my brain, I guess.
It was a dud. It's fine. It just went down there, vanished. Nothing came of it. Twisted Minds now, the fourth or the fifth team make that to try and join the party on the hilltop as they lob on over. Or at least try to peek on over, because these Spear are not exactly in a hurry. They heard FaZe pull up behind them, so they can't go too aggressive. And Na'Vi is still shooting, as we can see here, in from that southern side. So I like the fact that Spirit doesn't get too greedy on it. Plays it smart, peeks on over, at least for as much as he can, but does not overextend.
Doesn't indeed. Twisted Minds is up there, as you say, and we're seeing Foundation trying to get themselves in, but Na'Vi's created a barrier down here, denying them any entry point, as over on the other side, Ascend has been able to completely shut down Sarvum. So, as I was saying before, it's the perfect opportunity for them to try and shut that down. Melman finds Intense on the difficult side of this. An Example will manage to clean off a lot of it as well. More codes.
Yep. Solid double and more codes coming through. Gotta give it. Gotta get those codes to the chat as the circle swings towards the west. So all these teams who've been fighting for Everest control, well, that's all you're gonna get of it. Now get off the mountain and take control of Hospital, because that is completely free for the taking.
And Exalt give up their 2-2 split here just in the nick of time, as we have ourselves Pacific that are moving in on that. Vorpal down towards the bottom as well are moving in, but this fight will continue to rage on Everest. The fact that currently there's about 6 teams around Everest here, and all of them are going to have to move towards the west, means that we are going to see absolute carnage up here, and everybody's got to play these rocks to the best of their ability.
Yeah, chaos has already unfolded, but it's gonna continue to do just that. I'm not seeing how either Formulation or Semler can get off this hillside without having to fight first, especially with the scent that are picking. They're looking for any single chance they can get to peek on over Mika. Spots one. Nice connections. Last bullet. Able to find the headshot.
Tries for it with the barrel, not too bad. Gets a few shots hit himself. Meanwhile, it's Chris is trying to hold off Twisted Minds on the other side of this with the Dragonov himself. Pulls out the mini, goes for 5-6. Doesn't quite get him, but he's forced him into the blue. Every tick here for Foundation means that they're going to have a difficult time moving in.
Yeah, Chris trying to solo hold off Twisted Minds for third party in this fight is not an easy task, but so far it's working out for him. But of course, the Ascent, they know that they have to come out clean here. They cannot take casualties if they want to venture further west themselves too.
Difficult times. Maxi trying to hold off these warehouses. Here comes Semler. What are they going to do? As they are going wide round this, realizing that this team is trying to hold them off from that south side into this circle. Not a bad little weave around here, unless they get hit by some of these Dragonovs and MK12s.
Yeah, I like the tracking you could see from Mex. They're only having audio to work with, but really trying to line up any sort of shot he could. Not going to happen, though. Nothing's going to connect. And Semler able to get into Thou George with 4 alive.
Tries to line up the shot, waits for it. Ascend now, moving off of Everest. I think this is a smart play. Trying to move through all of these teams on Everest would have been an absolute death sentence for them. Because even if you are not able, even if you take the fights against Twisted Minds and somehow shut them down, you're still have your back to the blue. You're still probably going to be taking damage, eating through your meds whilst trying to take that fight. And even then, I mean, you're going up against Twisted Minds, who seemingly have all the Dragonovs in the world.
And should you survive Twisted Minds, then the follow-up is Na'Vi and Face. So regardless of how you put it, you're not going to be in for a good time. And now, with Ascent having come off the hillside, it's Twisted Minds' turn to figure out what they want to do. Of course, wait for 5 more seconds, see if you miraculously get a massive hard shift southeast. Of course, could happen. We'll see now if that's going to be the case. Nope, not quite so. Out into the open we go.
Yeah, open is a good way to describe it, right? Unless you somehow are able to control the hills east of Hospital, or you're the 1 or 2 emerging teams coming from the Everest situation, there's not a whole lot of room to play here. So all of these teams are going to have to think about eliminating one another, trying to get as many kill points on the board as possible. Formulation is dead. They're gone in 13th. Not exactly the best of starts for them, but they came in late and couldn't really find themselves a decent spot with all of these orgs holding them out.
I like this attempted wraparound from Alia. Now flashed off, though. Has to sit this one out at least for a little while longer. Luke peeks on over, spots him, finds him, double headshot connected. That's the flank down. And now that's going to leave Na'Vi more vulnerable than they were before. They do still have angles, and with no pressure from behind, they should be able to sit here for a decent while. Issue is Circle is closing in as we're speaking. Yeah,
if none of the shots are connecting here, Melman, you're going to have a lot of shots raining down on you. Perfectix is able to hit him with a nade as well. Example connected on Batulins, but will it be enough to slow down Twisted Minds on the top? Example with another one. Oh, Example's popping off.
You say, will it be enough? He found 3. I think the answer is yes. Example is on one. He doesn't need Uber there to co-damage with him. He'll just take over and do all of it on his own. More fights happening down the hillside. You can see here, Twisted Minds, just nothing they can do. As Ferris peeks on over, finds the last clean sweep. As Example already finds kill number 5.
Is Example back on the board? It looks like he is to start things off here. They've had harder times in regional play, but Example with 5 to start things off is excellent. And also excellent is grabbing yourself some more codes while these fights ensue here. More nades coming across here. Howl has stuck around in this location for quite a long time and is able to actually hold down on it quite well.
They need to get this fight over and done with fast, though. They need to take out the remaining players from Ascent quickly, because as soon as Na'Vi realizes there's a chance to third party on this other side, they should be good. And their fighting on that southern side is all done now. So you can see Ruin looking the other direction, expecting pressure to be kind of coming from that side now that the shooting is done.
Yeah, because aside from some foliage cover, getting up towards where Exalt is, if you wanted to choose that as a path here for Na'Vi, that's just super open as well. As I say, some trees that actually do exist in a lot of that. So not exactly the best of options, and probably are not even working with any vehicles themselves here as time goes on. as these mollies and nades just keep raining down here. One of these teams has to survive eventually, but as soon as they come out from here, when the circle shifts away, I think they're going to be open to a lot of lines of sight.
Yeah, Fair is trying to grab a bit further forward, still not within nade range, but if they can apply some pressure towards Howl, maybe that can allow for a center peek on over Issuers. Then you have Entropic inside the compound towards the north in a good position to peek on over. Nabat able to find one, but not anything else is going to happen off of it. Circle swings down south as well, so really everyone but Entropic are all right.
Fate finds himself Milo, as we still have Semlar trying to find themselves a way in. They're going for these wide, heavy rotates, and I like it a lot in lobbies like this. However, they're eventually going to come undone, and Exalt is going to be the reason they come undone by the looks of things, because Exalt right now got to be absolutely laughing. With the rest of the terrain that's left in this circle, there's really not that much to play, other than their location and some of the warehouse that Foot has.
Yeah, Entropic, they're chilling for now. Waiting, trying to see if they can find some sort of opportunity to push on forward. Howl spots the dip open. I like the idea. Issuers, Molotov is still sat there, and Foot has an angle on it too. It might just be too early for them to pounce. Fairest able to find one. Of course, with the remaining players of Exalt looking the other way, he might be alright, but one good nade from Molotov here could be a death sentence to Howl.
Yeah, precisely. That's what I'm looking for as well here. If he actually has the utility, maybe. Oh, Navi's going to try and use some of the chaos that's actually going on that west side to try and make a move here, but they're going to a destructible shed. It's not exactly the easiest spot to move to. Molodok finds himself some nice cover here with the vehicle, looking to try and shut down this approach, but wasn't able to do so just yet. He could get his feet taken out from under him here if Navi gets an angle.
Exalt not fast enough on the execution towards the north. Is leaving Molotov, in my opinion, alone for too long. Now, finally, with the elimination of Semler, they can start filling back the other direction. This should be Navi out. I know that Molotov falls, but now we have 3 coming in to support. How does Navi respond to this?
The rest of Exalt having to deal with Semler, and they did that very, very well. But yeah, looking at how they're positioned here, they really want to shut down this as much as possible. Fair still alive, doing all right for himself. Example 7, as you say, absolutely blasting. The cyborg of PUBG is having a brilliant start here to PEC Fall.
Imagine not having captained him on your fantasy team today.
I think I picked Perfectix. Damn it.
Killer Kai falls, ascend out in 6 as we make our way into the top 5. Entropic still trying to make some sort of room towards the northeast, but constantly, I mean, if they're not envisioned to FUT Esports, they are to Na'Vi, but right now at least, good thing for them as Example is busy elsewhere, has to look the other way as Exalt now once again starting this slow push down towards the south.
It was a great send from Howl, though. I mean, they know that did better than me, seemingly, who is still alive. What's up? You said wait.
No, I said, oh, yeah.
Oh, did you? I thought you said wait.
I didn't say wait.
Okay.
I would never cut you off like that, James.
Oh, okay.
That's when you continue talking, James, you know?
Sure, I'll do it if you want. Example, still looking for more. He's got himself the Mini 14, doing very well for himself. Turn around with the ace, though, realizing that Exalt have pushed up against Fairist. Now he has to deal with that completely alone. But they're going to have probably enough angles to be able to shut him down, depending... Smoke already got... Example! You're insane! Artix already falls. The nades should be able to finish him off, though, surely. No.
Yeah. One more same spot. That's easy peasy. Molly's locked in as well, but not able to find him. So much damage being done. He is continuing, doing everything he can to hold off Exalt. Really just making things a whole lot easier for everyone else. Because no one, like, normally this would be the terrible spot for everyone to have to peek through. But now, finally, the south ridgeline is free for Exalt to peek on over from.
I mean, in theory, this should have always been Exalt's position to play throughout this game. Yeah. So they've been able to wrestle it back of the fact that Na'Vi encroached on this. Howl still is a little bit vulnerable to the angle of Entropic, but Entropic now has to move. So they have a lot of pressure against them here. Foot is doing Howl quite a few favors with that pressure, but they also have to be moving towards the pylon.
Yeah, Howl, Foot, has the antenna they can play. The issue for Entropic, as you can see here, vehicles and really nothing else. Deployable shields on a rock is all they've got to work from, and you'd have to imagine that this is them down and out, trying to destroy the deployable shields here now, as they do fall down. Entropic, how do you make your way into this next circle?
Moving forwards with the buggy here. The codes keep raining down just like the kills as well, as you can go and convert those for some G-Coin. Moving on forwards, we've got ourselves Fate and Uber well in position to be able to shut this down. Look, Entropic
Deny.
couldn't even move, so they just denied themselves out into the blue. I mean, they might have just had no choice.
I mean, you can always question a game 1 deny, but you know, I mean, when we look at the final game of the tournament, you go, oh, why didn't they just do this here? You go, well, they might as well have done it in the first game, and they know that these 3 opponents they're up against are teams they could very well be fighting for the top spots in this tournament. So wise decision. There was literally no other exit for them than just to take away points from the enemy.
No, definitely. We still have Exalt trying to spread themselves out across some of that high ground that they have available to them. Still an extremely strong position. Howl is eventually going to be exposed to Foot, regardless really of where this circle goes. Let's see how it folds down, unless it goes hard north. And then that really causes a problem for Exalt. How are they going to move? They do still have some vehicles available to them, but their high ground is still in. And Howl here has to stay behind those cars.
8C full on pulling up. I like this peek on over. As soon as 8C starts driving on forward, the shot comes over the top towards Art Fate. In the meantime, finds Matt. That should be Schofield down to follow. Nope. Uber not too keen on spending his last nade there, but good Molly. Just a bit too fast. Second Molly comes through as well. It's going to be Matt down and out. Schofield, though, gets the lift for now.
For now.
For now.
He's like, just don't move a muscle. It's like a T-Rex looking for him. Just don't move, Schofield. As Foot is trying to make a smoke push up against Artix's Hill. This is actually very exciting. The fact that they could try and push up against this, the fact that they even got there in the first place, I think is impressive. And a P90 in the hands of Beamy. Oh, yes. Make it happen.
And you think, oh, it's a bit of a distance, doesn't matter too much. Well, P90 hits pretty well at any distance you put it at. So huge for 8C that he was able to use the fact that Exalt was looking towards Howl for that brief moment they were, allow for him to push on forward, suppress Art enough that they get full control of the ridgeline, and now here they are up close fighting on each their side. And as a matter of fact, with them on this side now, I'd say that's Foot on the better side of this circle. Exalt has to come in and Fade somehow gets run over. Not sure what happened there.
I feel like he was reparking a car, didn't put the handbrake on, and it rolled down. Oh no.
Oh, Schofield, he sees T-Bone. T-Bone don't like this spot. Zavard as well. That's my captain. Don't do it, Schofield. Thank you so much. Allows him to get back down the hillside.
I mean, he could get second from this position. So why shoot? Right? Yeah. If you just stay still and stay quiet here, that's a perfect play. T-Bone at the same time, though, does take Artix. Going to be up to Uber to try and shut this down. Fate's down as well, thanks to the mishap that actually occurred. But actually, takes down Beamy here. The P90, not enough. He wasn't able to get any shots off. Here comes the Molly. And Uber here, if he's able to take T-Bone out from this situation, but it's not going to be the case. The Org is able to do it. Schofield goes for the jump. This is the perfect opportunity.
11 HP running forward, wants to get the clean up in the end, but not gonna happen. 8C brings it home. 5 kills for Foot Esports. It's not a big win, it's not flashy, but what they did in the end, I think they succeeded in doing in ways that many other teams wouldn't have been able to. The way that they're able to take control of a spot that they have no rights to take off, but they only had that brief moment. They had 5 seconds to make that play, did it exactly when they had to.
I like that Schofield just kind of trigger finger, just very, very patient with it, and then later on tries to go for that jump towards the end. It's a small chance, but there is some kind of chance, right? If 8C's not on the right angle to be able to cover that, and then maybe Schofield can move up against T-Bone and get a double knock on it. But, you know, it's by the by. A second place, not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hop over to the studio now before we head into map number 2. That was a messy first game for me. Sorry, James. I fucked up literally throughout the entire game.
What did you like?
No. Everything was me. I was fiddling with settings that were messed up. For some reason, my webcam looked so fucking wonky when we started. So that threw me off a bit. And then I couldn't figure out where to position everything when we started. Like just overlays, and not overlays, but like my fucking... Yeah, that was a bad game for me. You were good. I liked you, but I didn't like myself.
I'm trying to listen to myself on the broadcast one side. It doesn't sound that different.
Different? What do you mean?
Because instantly, as soon as we start, they're like, "Oh, your microphone sounds weird," and I'm like, "Does it?" And then that throws me off, you know?
Huh?
But I thought it sounded fine.
Is
Sounds
your
fine.
mic the same? Wait, is your mic the same on Chrome or whatever as it is on Discord? I've had that before where it picked my webcam mic in vMix.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same. Yeah, it's the
Double
same.
check. Oh, well then I don't know.
I don't know. I just sound a bit more tinny than my
Let me listen to you for a
Shure
second.
SM7, but yeah, I'll let you listen.
Wow, that is literally us being straight up 2 seconds delayed on call. I heard that now.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Maybe I should switch mic. I'm gonna switch mic and test it, okay?
Up to you.
I'll be right back.
Hmm?
Toby, can you hear me? 1, 2.
Holy moly, your mic got louder.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I like loud games. But also this mic quality is...
You think so?
Yeah, definitely.
Ah, fuck.
It's not that the other one is bad, it's just this is, I mean, you know, proper crisp.
Yeah, I get you.
There's more depth to it, but I think you've maybe also fiddled more with the audio settings on this mic than the other one. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I'm just so... I have to use that other one for PUBG Mobile stuff all the time, so I just kind of kept it on.
Why do you have to?
I don't know, they force us to, man.
What? Is it a sponsor thing?
No. They just want the same sound settings on everyone.
But have you ever said, but guys, what about the room we're in? Which is like 99% of audio quality is the room that you're in.
Yeah, true.
Not the microphone you're using.
Yeah, they have no clue.
Unless if they have like sent you also perfect foam and set up walls for you, then literally that's a weird nonsense.
I mean, they bricked my PC, like setting it up one time. It was crazy.
Huh. Oh, we're getting a video. Oh, this is yours. Imagine having VOD caps, and I thought for a second that he was actually going to get flushed there. I was like, you've got to be.
Go onto your settings on vMix and tell me if you have echo cancellation and auto gain on.
I always have both. Oh, wait, fuck me. Now I do have them on. I always have them off.
Okay, you always have them off? Sure.
Yep. Always. The whole auto gain thing is what's been fucking my mic in previous casts, where it got really gainy and robotic. Always off.
All right, well, I've switched microphone, so should be okay, though, I think.
We have instant in-game comms? Nice.
Oh, I can go to the bathroom since we've got 2 minutes. Be right back.
Yep.
Hello.
I love that we're getting team comms from a Miramar game. It's like, wait, when did we play Miramar?
Yeah, and also, Wikipedia has the map order wrong.
I mean, that's the least of my worries. I'm getting all these. What tournament is this?
The codes are a single redeem.
No.
Jesus.
There is no way. I mean, at
Also,
least maybe that's why they're doing so many of them. The issue is this blocking off half our vision.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not shouting it out 4 times every game.
Oh, no, fuck no. Just do it.
Like, that's crazy.
Don't even do it anymore. We've already done it for the first game. Viewers know what's happening when it's on screen.
Yeah.
Were we told to say something codes, something, or no?
I think...
I don't think we're supposed to mention codes.
No.
No, so let's not do that at all.
Yeah, ignoring that.
Let them be on screen, unless if there's literally nothing else to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And or if it's something that looks fun, you know, like Tickleton or Cock.
Mate, that first one said IP cock. I could not believe. I couldn't help it. I'm so sorry.
And I did not notice until you said it. Fucking stupid. I think Sam might have been able to hear what we were saying. One bundle.
Could you put it in the PGC cup? Thanks. Cool. Does it sound okay? Do I sound okay to you?
And
Yeah.
and is my webcam color
Okay.
all right? It looked very scuffed before. It's
Ah, okay, I see. They're one-time use as well. I love them. I mean, every time I hang out with Martin, he always dresses like a clown, so I get to see them all the time. Toby, what do you think?
Is that in person or just in game?
No, in person. That's
that's what I was thinking. He always dresses up like a clown. It's like, oh wow, we just gonna throw him under the bus like that. No, I like vibrant skins. Right now I'm rocking the face skin, the Navi skin. I got my Petrichor Road gloves on, you know. I'm not afraid of people seeing me because I just shoot them, you know. I don't need to be like Martin. I don't need the upper hand in cosmetics and whatnot to get me good. I just aim and kill, you know.
I bounce between the PGIS skins, you know, all the kind of like iridescent stuff, and then the iridescent PGC 2022 skins. So I bounce between those two. They're all kind of sparkly and pretty and stuff like that anyway, but I like those ones. They're nice. They're nice.
Nice. And what also was nice was the first match. It was as much as I was kind of going into it with it's going to be simple, it's a bit of a far rotation, but everything's going to be good. We hard shift south into a northern hard shift, like as we were saying, back to back into hard shift meta, I suppose we go, but just in the worst possible area of the map because we're already very scarce in compounds, and we just instantly cut off pretty much 90% of compounds, and then caught at the last few with the second shift, causing so much chaos. All the teams that were trying to fill in from that eastern side just literally nowhere to go but Everest. I looked at it and I was like, why are there so many teams that usually they wrap around, they do whatever, but because the hard shifts coming in the way they didn't, all the teams due to the plane path coming in from the far east, they just had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think for me, Foot really exemplified perfect timing for this game. Actually, there were some moments where I thought were great timing. I thought Ascend even rocking up on Everest when they did was great timing, considering how far they were out the side of the circle. But Foot knew exactly when to push alongside that western edge to exploit Exalt, not allow them to eventually hold them in a line across that hillside and just push up with smokes, be able to shut that down. Uber was playing great as well. There were moments where I thought maybe he was going to shut that push down. But anyway, let's get into it. Game number 2 here of PEC, as we have the spring logo. It's fall. Ta-da! Pumpkins, spooky, October.
Depends on where you are in the world. Australians, if you're watching, don't get confused. I suppose they're the ones in the upside down world where when it's summer, it's winter, right? So, yeah. I don't know where I was going with that.
That's right. And when you flush the toilet, it goes the wrong way.
I mean, first we have the Tiggleton code. Now we get spring and fall. It's very confusing.
Yeah, it's all about that Tiggleton code that came out.
Also, we're seeing hot drops in Primorsk of all places. I'm seeing We Live Again. I'm definitely seeing fighting going on there, but I can't quite make out. Is it Ascent down there as well? I think it is.
WLA and Ascend, yes, that is the case, as they're going to be battling for it, and it's not an easy circle for them to react to as well here, so they're going to have to finish that fight quickly. Dragonov's in hand already, and Uzi from Mika, I don't know if that's the best thing to have.
I mean, it's not the worst when it's a hot drop situation, good fire rate, and if they haven't found proper Kevlar, then it melts the meat pretty quickly. We'll see now, though, if Hello My Bad can get back, kind of regroup with his teammates, and hopefully just get out of here. I mean, this is, as much as you're saying it's a bad circle, it's prime real estate for Ascent. The further away they can be from Circle 1, the better off they tend to be.
True. They've just got to rotate through some really good teams, I suppose. But I guess they will probably try and swing in north, coming in from the edges, or very, very late. Regardless of the fact, they already did take one scalp for their troubles. As now, We Live Again. It's going to have to spread on out for this one. Hobbits is looking on the off angle, but again, an ump going up against something like Dragonov's and MK12s.
Yeah.
And he has a shotgun. His loadout is not for this angle, in my opinion.
I mean, if he stays here, then sure. Just don't peek. Just stay right here and wait for them to come to you. Then you might be able to put up a fight. But as you're saying, with what he's going up against, there is not a whole lot to gain by leaning further to the left here. Oh, as I say that, though, distance doesn't matter. Hoba able to get the knock on Brexco.
Yep, clearly they were not aware that this angle was taken by Hobbits, as he now pushes up. If he could confirm, that would be perfect, but does he have any throwables? No, he doesn't, but we'll just be able to finish that off anyway. Now that they realize he's there, though, they will be paying attention to that. 1 for 1 at the moment here. We Live Again, taking the fight to Ascend.
I think this is going to be the kind of the re-engage call for We Live Again. They were kind of on their back foot, trying to back off, trying to get some better loot, but now with one down, a pretty inkling, I believe, of where the opponents are. Mika spotted transitioning across the street, and I think that's going to be Hoba getting out of this position as well. Now, that rock side, the wall, so to speak, the fence line is kind of compromised.
Yeah, definitely. Izum's trying to kind of find himself a little angle to cover the cross, just in case Ascend wanted to get aggressive down that angle. He will be able to cut across the T, as it were, whilst Hello My Bad is moving far around the right-hand side. Did actually spot Mika moving up the hillside. So now they have a little bit more information. Oh, but it's Chris and Kiliakai also still covering this angle.
Such an awkward fight. Very early game. As now Chris, I mean, no vest to be had either. No wonder he's not pushing anything. Normally, you'd see him be the spearhead of any sort of hot drop operation, but no vest against UMP's Uzis and shotguns. That just ain't fun, even for the main man Chris himself.
No, for sure. Mika now still hanging around up on this hill, but again, the information should have been fed across, so they should know that that's the case. The hollow SLR, I like it. Will we hit something with it?
Do what you gotta do.
No.
Nope. And I love the fact that his name is I Zoom, but unluckily he can't really zoom. Chris, though, can on the receiving end of it. Back-to-back headshots connected with the MK as he finds one. Chris repeats, or tries to repeat the success, but hell of my bat gets to stay alive, at least for a little while longer.
With that 4 times, that MK12 is deadly. In these scenarios when you're trying to make these peaks going on again, especially since We Live Again is just working with red dots, hollows, everything like that. Yeah, there's only so many times you can be as accurate against someone like Chris here, being able to peer through the bars in these windows very, very clearly with that 4 times. So We Live Again, I still have to say, I do think they're at an equipment disadvantage.
Yeah, they sure are. They're sticking around. Of course, they want to get Izum back up, but he's kind of the middleman in their split right now. Can't get to him, can't cross on over. Now we see one more knock coming in, as they're down to just one.
There it is.
Trying to make the transition. Hubba has gotten across, so should be able to get the rest up, but I think Ascent is aware of him having made his way here too, so they should now, you'd imagine, collapse on this building.
Yeah, you'd think so. They do have a lot of time. Even if they don't collapse on the building, it gives them huge amounts of time to just relocate, right?
Yeah.
Which then throws such a spanner in the works for We Live Again, where you just like, okay, where are they? They look towards where they thought they were. They're not there anymore. And now they've taken these surround positions. It's perfect.
Yeah. Mika was doing it early, trying to get the hillside, trying to get kind of better overview of what was going on down below. But now, with the knock coming through, the info that We Live Again had before is pretty much nullified until people start shooting. Having said that, Hopper has the right idea, but can't get eyes on Kiliakai.
It is tough. It is tough. I'm going to have to just keep those stims rolling because as time goes on, if this goes on a little bit longer, the blue will start ticking on you here. It's a little ways off still, but it's slowly encroaching. He also has an 8 times on this. I guess you zoom that all the way out to the to try and get the good vision. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna. I think they're gonna sit tight for now. I think it's really for Ascent now to decide: do we go for the last 2 with the risk of losing 1, or do we say, "Hey, we got 2. Let's leave this and move circle bound"? Because as you can see here, phase 1 is already closing, and it's gonna be on them in a second. And yes, I know it's only circle 1, and yes, I know Ascent usually ain't really in a hurry to go anywhere. But pushing upstairs these buildings, we've just seen it time and time again. Everything that involves a staircase, a knock player blocking off the second on approach, it can turn fatal very quickly. They need the first knock from outside. I mean, they have to get it.
Yeah. And Mika is going for a very wide position as well down there. You can see him on the south side of Primorsk. Meanwhile, over in the circle, nothing's really happened too much, guys. We've seen a knock here or there, but not much beyond that. So don't worry too much about that. As you can see, Vorpal coming in down at the bottom as well. And Foot and BBL coming in from the north late, I should say, compared to the rest of the teams. So they won't exactly have themselves a super central position. But it's good that Foot starts with a win, right? Considering, again, I do feel like they're one of the teams that want to prove, considering times.
Ooh. Kiliakai, shotgun in hand, spots the first down to have HP, as now the info has been fed across. They know exactly where they have the remaining 2 players. Oba able to dodge that one as he jumps on over. Second time round, he's spotted once more. Don't run into your own nade, Kiliakai. Get out of the building, but no, he does it anyway.
A little bit too eager. Here comes it's Chris with another nade to try and finish things off as well. They lose Kiliakai off the back of that. What a disaster. Even if you're able to clean this up, you just shouldn't have been losing Kiliakai in that scenario. Bit too eager for him. Mika now moving up with the 2 times on the ump, looking to try and finish off Izum, who is upstairs, finds the cross angle, gets him, shuts him down. Ascend wins this battle, But
now, okay, this deserves a mention, James. And I've never thought I would ever get a chance to mention this, but now that Band of Brothers is on Netflix, I feel like it's time to say it. Have you ever seen the scene in the second to last episode where the guy throws a nade through a window and then runs in instantly and gets blown up? I always wondered, why would he ever do such a thing? It was his own grenade. But thank you, Mika, for showing that apparently that's not a one-time thing. People still do that. If you throw a nade into a house, don't run in until you hear the boom.
I can't say I've watched Band of Brothers. I'm so sorry.
What? I mean, it's on Netflix, James. It's
okay. You like went so aggressive, your microphone blew up.
James has never watched Band of. You know what, James? I know what we're doing next time we hang out. We're binge watching that whole thing.
No, we're not. How many seasons are there?
There's one. It's just 8 episodes or 10 episodes.
Ah, it's too much. That.
James, I don't even. Wow.
Watching 10 episodes of Band of Brothers means watching 10 episodes. Spending all of that time alongside you watching 10 episodes of Band of Brothers.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing too. I'll go back to PUBG talk though, because what you were saying before, I like that because it emphasizes the point I've been making in my fantasy choices is FUT Esports getting off to a good start. That's what we've been seeing them doing in the past. That's part of the reason I actually picked Vard as a captain over Navi, is that I'm expecting, as we've seen many times in the past, FUT getting off to a good start. The thing is, as much as they get off to really good starts, they have a track record of not being able to maintain the lead they're setting early on. So hopefully with the win here and the gap they've been able to make, that gap can keep extending and they can maintain it this time around. Maybe.
You are right. In some earlier stages of tournaments, they've done well, but then fallen short later on in the tournament, which unfortunate in some scenarios. But anyway, we move over towards Shelter. Na'Vi looking towards Pacific, who have found themselves an all right spot to sit down on. Great roster is this Pacific roster, to be honest with you. Voldemort, Thunderlost, Quetpa, all of these guys really prove themselves. Celtic as well. I mean, I'm hoping to see them do something, because ultimately, I mean, the MENA region makes up so many of our players. What, like 26% of our players are from Turkey alone? It's insane.
It is pretty impressive. 25 out of 97. So yeah, 26%. Math, James.
Thanks.
We, for the first time, it feels like forever, have 3 teams, not just around, but in Shelter proper. I know it's somewhat center circle, but boys, if we are to go by circle tendencies, games usually don't end here. So I would have thought that Navi, hearing Savin pull up from behind, would have left. Issue is, having committed to Shelter so early on, Navi don't really know what's happening around them too well. So where do you crash with limited to no info to go off of?
Well, you can see Ascend coming in very late now here after being geared up and good to go. If the circle does end up around here, I would say Howl has an amazing 2-2 split currently. Across Hall of Fame as well as the compound west of it. Those are some very strong positions that they could leverage a win off of. North of them, DA over in Alamo, trying to find themselves a spot. But the fact that Navi is down here in Shelter always makes me have question marks around me. Like, you know, how long can they live down here? How much can they kind of really gain wiggle room wise against all these teams that are slowly, if they really wanted to, pincer Navi into a really, really rough situation?
And also, how does it play into what, again, I mean, what we heard from Elrain coming into today's match is them wanting to focus more on the mid game. What advantage in a mid game situation is it that you gain from being in a position like this where you quite literally cannot scout anything? I mean, yes, they can see down towards Howl, and in all fairness, if they do read that this is a 2-2 split, which should be possible for them with the time that they have to kind of scout the compound, maybe they try and pull up and force them off the building a little later, depending, of course, on where this next circle takes us. So maybe that's the game plan. If not, then for now, it is a very center and hunker down Navi we have here in game 2.
That's why you always need those 2 men up by the entrance, just to make sure you're not going to get completely shut down here in this position. But again, you know, with all of these entrances covered by FaZe, by Pacific, by Sarvim, Navi is in the thick of it for sure. And again, as you say, we're not even sure that the circle would even shut down into this position. So everybody else, other teams here, Twisted Minds trying to control the west side. Once we have the great usable of the foldable terrain here, this is more so than anything to cover the tires on those vehicles, less themselves. But look at that! Oh, if we get a circle focused on this with these many teams here, Toby, this will be insane.
Yep, it's maybe it's the one time they saw the patterns, they saw the playing path, they knew that it was gonna go south at one point or another, and at least for now it just has. So up towards the north, still 4 teams having to make their way on, and DA trying to wrap around. Twisted Minds wanting to do the exact same thing, but there's really not that much to fight over right now. It's all in Exalt's control. So can they deny Twisted Minds and approach here? Smoldog once again is set very, very much alone from the rest of his teammates.
DA with a big send, hoping that something near shelter is not taken, but unfortunately for them, almost everywhere is taken. They're going to try and go for this dip here alongside one of the entrances. Where on earth did FaZe go? But
it went south.
Iron's even just going to sit in the completely drive down there.
We can have more teams here. Yeah. I think that all entrances are taken though at this point. So please, guys, stay away from shelter. It's not gonna be that fruitful, I'm afraid. And for Ascent, they're only now getting close to the circle, I should say, because they aren't quite in it yet. And Twisted Minds, of course, having given up, or at least almost given up, the compound on the southern side of the forest that PUBG Esports are currently making their way in. And they have claimed the hilltop, but how much time? Like, how aggressively are they going to dare scouting? Should the circle move east next time around? It could be troublesome for them.
Yeah, it's limited options, right? I mean, one of the main options that you would normally have here is your Twisted Minds is you eventually take the hillside just above Exalt's compound and then try and breach that if you get like a knock or something. So that might be what they'll be looking for here in terms of information gain. And meanwhile, Batulins is a bit north, being watched by Foot. Foot is preying upon these locations, hoping for an opportunity to crash on one. Because again, they were coming in very late from that north side. They know how many teams are still alive here. Yeah. So they're just trying to scour out as much as possible and try and find an opening.
I think come next circle, should it include Howl's 2-2 split in any way, they have to group up. Like I don't see Foot eyeing any other options right now. Then that's got to be a split. We got to collapse on it. Then as soon as they see a car move from either one of those two positions, they have to instantly try and claim it, because as we can see here right now, yes, they have the dips to play that end circle, but from there in the low ground, it's just so hard to scout further forward.
I'm enjoying Ascend's great adventure, as our observers are enjoying it too. And they're in! Hooray!
Got there in the end.
That was it. That was the commentary. They're in.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's see what they can make of it. If they get themselves yet another southern shift, or if they're going to have to leave this one. In the meantime, speaking of leaving, Batulins did get pulled up on by the entirety of PUBG Esports, so he's going to try and drive up the mountain back towards his teammates while getting shot at as Rustinmar figures, why not just pop the head of Michael? That's
why not? I guess. Yeah, here's Semler trying to push on it as well, as they will actually have nade or two going off against them here. So the bombardment is going to start. Milo manages to be able to shut down Smash during all of that, though. Jorg. Rustamar doing well with a nade as well, but Milo will trade it off. This is very close. Molly on it. Oh, no, it's all disaster.
It's just one left alive for either team. Milo versus Clip. Who comes up victorious? Clip down to 3 HP. Stays on the angle. Can't quite commit to it in the end, though. Tries to fall back. Tries to get healed up. They still have time to get the reses should they be able to get the kills, but it's just one player restful. But with one kill, it would be 4 points. No reses have come through on the side of Semler. So, Clip, what do you do here? You know the knocks are still there. How do you make this happen? He doesn't, as from far away, Razor able to take him out.
Not bad, not bad.